What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live and my name is Boy. Last day of October, Friday, October 31st, 2025, and we are here at the northern threshold of the Aalsmeerbaan. Today in use for departures as 18 left. We're starting the day with ITA. Nice Bombardier C-Series. KLM 100 years in the background, 78710. Marja, goedenavond. Welcome to the show, everybody else who joined. Tina, goedemorgen. Ray, goedemorgen. Maritime Aviation, good morning. Henry, good morning. Marijke, goedemorgen. Han, goedemorgen. Martinair, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Handa, Raman, good morning. And also a big thank you to Anaconda. I don't know who you are. Pretty sure I must recognize your username, but not the handle. 21 months of membership, thank you so much for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know, let me see what I can do to make things better. Busy over here. Check it out. Air France Bombardier C-Series as well. E2 with Karen cabin to Basel. KLM flight 1943. Ah, Flores. Totally unrecognizable by the handle. Mate, thank you so much once again for all the support. 21 months and counting. I hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Hopefully in the lounge, but if not, that's okay too. Wind today, bit southeasterly, as you can see by the windsock. 100 years over there. 737 to Geneva lined up, a 700. And it looks like we are also seeing a cheater on cheater's lane. That's KLM flight 1851 to Munich, presumably. Already airplane inception. A very warm welcome to everybody who has joined. I thought I saw the camera lower a little when releasing it. No, still more or less balanced. Depending on the wind, you always need to tweak a little to find the sweet spot for the balance of the camera on the tripod, so that when you let go of the tripod, it keeps its position. Firefighter on their way to an emergency or something. Good morning, everybody who joined in the meantime. Ethan, good morning. Liesel, good morning. Peter, goedemorgen. Wessel, goedemorgen. Siegfried, goedemorgen. Enko, goedemorgen. Bobbers, good morning. Clouds, good morning. Hey buddy, goedemorgen. Jurk, good morning. Mr. Blue Sky, good morning. Grover, goedemorgen. Edwin, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So today, this runway is in use for departures with wind blowing from the south today, southeast in fact. And runway 27, due to the closure for maintenance of runway at the center runway, will act as secondary runway for arrivals. So that means between 11 and 11:40, instead of everything falling quiet here, we'll start seeing arrivals to runway 27. So we should have constant action over here. A nice mix between mostly departures, but also a few stints of arrivals, namely between 11 and 11:40 and between 1 and 2 p.m. I am going to try my fingerless gloves again. It was a bit cold when setting up, but it does allow for more precise camera operation. Alessia, goedemorgen, good morning. And good morning everybody else who may have joined the party. Beautiful day here. Although we are expecting a bit of rain later in the afternoon. This is Air France flight 1241. We'll be leaving for Paris in a few moments. Usually when there's a hold up, there's also stuff happening on runway 0422. I'm looking to my left. Don't see anything happening. And Air France has begun to move. So clearance must have been given by now. Or Adrie, goedemorgen. Mr. F, good morning. Arnold, goedemorgen. Inni Mini, goedemorgen. Good morning. Bump, bump. I am still astounded that they didn't resolve that bump when going over the crossing of runway 2709. There was a bump before the major maintenance, and they've kept it in place, surprisingly. Beep, beep. And on its way to Paris it is. We have two airplanes over here. 737 to Brussels, interestingly, from Transavia. Behind it, an Embraer 175 to Luxembourg. And over here we have another airplane that is destined to go to Brussels. KLM flight 1703, in fact. Hey John, good morning. Monique, goedemorgen. Michael, good morning mate. Welcome back. One airplane to Brussels on the way. Transavia also on the way to Brussels. My horizon, not precisely level. At least not anymore. Was a very subtle. Yeah, this is better. Transavia to Brussels, interestingly. Transavia flight 71. Not sure if there are passengers on board this airplane or if it is just a relocation flight or something. Leo, goedemorgen. Brian, goedemorgen. Arno, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're having a good one thus far. We have a cheater on Cheater's Lane. Of course it is KLM. Who else but KLM? A321 Neo to Zurich. KLM flight 1919. And Gary Grebe is in the water over here. He was here when I arrived. Swam away, but he returned. Now diving under. Mother ducker. Mother ducker. Come on, bro. No point in hiding. We saw you. So, Transavia to Brussels. Now ready to go. Now we have double Embraers over here. Embraer 175 and then Embraer 190. Goedemorgen. Princess of Food? Princess of Foods? Good morning. Joey, good morning. Mark, goedemorgen. Sander, goedemorgen kerel. Sander Sake celebrating 23 months of membership. Oh yeah, one more month baby. Alles lekker boy. Dude, het is een beetje koud hier. It's a little chilly. Other than that, I am feeling perfectly fine. I love being here, particularly on a day like today where we have constant action, so I'm doing well. Hope you are too, Sander. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you over in real life and always when you are in the chat. Hope you're going to stay around for many more months to come. Mate, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well as well. Are you happy with the election results? I saw that in our neck of the woods, one party ruled supreme except for Katwijk. The exception to the rule. Well, let's not dive too far into the details of elections and whatnot, but it was interesting to see if you looked on the map. Captain Jerry is also back. Good to see you, mate. Are you still in hospital? Shoulder Rehab Hospital, yeah. Ahoy, Captain Jerry. Hope things are well on your end, Jerome. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. Captain Jerry Donnelly, longest standing member. After that, Rick Meester. And I think Officer Rudolph, number 3. 31 months and counting. I'm hoping that everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Jerome. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Klaas, goedemorgen. Jappie, goedemorgen. Jerry Stem, goedemorgen. It's busy here. Busy, busy, busy. Airplane noise a bit loud. I can lower it a little. Just a tad. Well, Embraer 190 Turin and a 737 Tennis, which is nice. Barb also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Typical Katwijk. I have to say I was surprised that they also didn't win in my hometown, but guess not. Hey boss, thank you so much for your continued support. 5 months of membership. Hopefully all is still good in the lounge for you, boss. If not, let me know. But thank you so much. 5 months and counting. Turning yellow next month. Good morning, Gurdeep. Good morning, everybody else. DB Basement, good morning. EasyJet to Milan, A321neo. And over here we have a KLM 737-800 to Nice, which is nice. Cheater on Cheater's Lane as well. Again, KLM. KLM flight 1653 to Florence, E2 Umbrella 195. It's the Victor Kilo. Meep meep. Meow. The cheater on Cheater's Lane has left, leaving room for KLM. Super Eminent, good morning. Robo, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody else who has joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the northern threshold of Aalsmeerbaan. 18 left. Runway for departures today with wind blowing from the southeast. Later this morning, between 11 and 11:40, runway 27 will probably be used again for arrivals as secondary runway, with the center runway still being closed for yearly maintenance, I think until somewhere next week. Basically the same that happened recently to the Polderbaan. Sip of morning coffee. EasyJet to Milan, A321neo. Already lined up, but it will have to wait. There is another cheater, another KLM cheater on Cheater's Lane. This is KLM flight 1775 to Berlin. That's a 737-800. Flight to Houston. Well, we're not going to see much of it because it's going to take off from the Kaagbaan. There it is. That's most of what we can see of it from here. We do see that there is an E2 coming this way. Helvetic should be leaving via this runway. So see that Suparna has arrived with a 747. An A321neo from EasyJet on its way. Meanwhile, Jerome, mate, what are you doing? Captain Jerry, just now gifting 10 memberships. Mate, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much, though, for doing it. Welcome to the River Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you if you were one of the recipients of Jerome's gifted memberships. Don't forget to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Also, you can vote in the poll for members in the community section for members with regards to which of the 4 posted suggestions you prefer as the replacement for playtime. Dreamliner to Houston over there, lining up. Well, not yet. Still has to back and forth a few taxiways, but then it will line up. Okay, that's at 1603 to go. Bump, bump, bump. And Air France Embraer over here, which is flying for KLM, flight 1419 to Nantes, actually. There's the flight to Houston. Suparna over there. KLM flight 661 on the left, going to Houston. 7879 Dreamliner. Hey Senna, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody else. Tail still visible slightly. Here's the Helvetic E2. We'll probably see the Dreamliner appear in the background. Yep. And there goes your son, Thea. Airborne safely. So this is an Air France Embraer, but it is flying on behalf of KLM. Danny, goedemorgen. Ashley, goedemorgen. Good morning. Jasper, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. RDM, good morning. Good early morning if you're tuning in from California. Welcome to the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many are watching, they're all friendly, and some are even knowledgeable and will happily try to answer your question. If not, answer them outright. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell. Howdy Liebo, goedemorgen kerel. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Lost since 76, good morning. E2 Embraer 195 on its way. And another one of those machines is staring me right in the face from KLM this time around. Have a look at those see-through engines. You can see right through them. Big picture overview. Haven't even shown you the big picture. Look at the south. This is what things look like right now. We might even get a glimpse of sunshine if that band of clouds will continue moving further. Looking to the west, generally speaking, this is what it looks like. The east, I mean, this of course is the west. This is looking to the north. So the fact that it isn't sunny over here basically comes down to the location of a single band of clouds. Most of the sky over here is clear and blue. E2 Embraer 195. Another tugger coming this way. Jamuis, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Formula One, but a little different. The Kilo Foxtrot on its way. Gary Grebe Mother Ducker here as well. Air Serbia in the background on its way to this runway to take off to Belgrade. Patrick, goedemorgen. MS Spotter, goedemorgen. Nico, goedemorgen kerel. Jens, goedemorgen. Bob, good evening mate. Leonie, goedemorgen. Next airplane to arrive here on the scene is going to be the A319 from Air Serbia that we already saw in the background a few moments ago. They need to zigzag their way over here. That's always nice to see. The airplane that you see behind it is doing the same. They're coming this way. Zigzag, zigging. A330 has been pushed back by the looks of it. Delta, not coming to this runway unfortunately, but will be taking off from runway 24. Finnair A350 landed here on runway 27 as I was setting up. Again, arriving too early to catch it on camera. Air Serbia going to Belgrade in a few moments. Flight 261. Dejan Stankovic. Wonder who that was. Or is. Either way. Good morning to everybody who has joined. Mitch, good morning. Pyro Freak, good morning. Und herzlich willkommen. Paul, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. The clouds are slowly drifting, but it's looking like the sun will not come out from behind the clouds anytime soon. At moments it's looking like it, but upon closer inspection I do think that the way... Oh! This jet taking off. The reason for the hold up. This jet taking off from runway 22. Now that the crossing traffic has passed, we have green light for Air Serbia. Hassan, good morning mate, goedemorgen. Now the question is, when will the first airplane that has a wide body come this way? And will we see 747s in today's show? I'm hoping we will. Pretty sure we ought to see some wide bodies taking off from this runway as well later in the morning. They can't all be narrow bodies. Okay, left at 1503 to Madrid, 737, and another one of those 737s right there. Delta in the background on the move. I think that's an arrival. An airplane that probably used its reversers or something. Definitely I'm hearing something from my right, from the west. Thinking that might have been reversers or something. Hey Marcus, goedemorgen, good morning. Marcus is celebrating 4 months of membership and he writes, still love the content, keep up the good work. Thank you so much for the kind words, Marcus. I'll do my best to keep things up. Hope you are all enjoying what you're seeing. If you are, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you haven't done so already to keep up with upcoming live streams and whatnot. Austrian in the background to Vienna. Also leaving from this runway. Hey Olaf, goedemorgen. Rico, good morning. Mark, goedemorgen. John, good morning. Ah, a name in football. That explains why I didn't recognize it. Let's see. Ryanair, is that coming this way? It's going to Malaga, so I think it might be. Might be coming this way actually. Hans' favorite, followed by Austrian. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town, South Africa is also active on flight radar. That's looking to be coming this way. First up, wheeling, fueling, welling, dwelling, voiling. Airplane with the 1 dot. quad-engined contrail also doing an Air Icarus on its way to the sun. Something with 4 engines just passed me by, west to east, a little south of me. Another bizjet just took to the sky over there. That too just now happened. Constant action here, which is why I love being here. Hey there, Jay. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. In the olden days when Jay was still a narrow body. Right. That's the coffee down before it started getting cold. Vueling underway. Next up will be Austrian. Real Austrian. The Sennheiser. Hey, Lauwe, goedemorgen. QJ, goedemorgen. Welcome back, guys. Hope you're all doing well. Happy Friday to all of you. We're here at the northern threshold of 18 left. Transavia now next to Malaga. And Austrian, of course, to Vienna. Ryanair Max 8 737 also going to Malaga, so 2 airplanes to Malaga back to back. This airplane also to Malaga. And what's this? Is that KLM flight 597? Is that our 777 to Cape Town? I think it might be. Thanks for the heads up, Rico, saying that the contrails were from a Lufty 747. Ryanair also on their way to Malaga, Max 8 737. Hey Jinshin, aloha mate. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Dalia, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boyd. We're here at runway 18 left, where Ryanair is lined up, ready to go to Malaga, but they'll have to wait for a KLM cheater on Cheater's Lane, E2 Embraer to Belgrade, KLM flight 1983. Over there further south. So we're going to see departures from 18 left, where we are standing next to, until approximately 11, and then from 11 until 11:40, if all is well, we should start seeing arrivals on the runway that is perpendicular to it, 0927. And then from 11:40 until 1, once again the departures from this runway will resume. So constant action here, and a nice mix of departures and later arrivals, and then back to departures again. Embraers are waiting. Where is the first wide body? Come on. REM Bom Dia. Ryanair is moving. Oh yeah. For a moment I was thinking, are they going to abort? But they took their time to go to thrust set, the takeoff thrust. Hey Peter, good morning. Peter is tuning in from Johannesburg in South. If all is well, we should also be seeing a 777 leave for Cape Town pretty soon. At least it is still alive on flight radar, and I think this is it, but I'm not sure. Whatever it is, I think it is 597. It has set the flaps, where earlier that wasn't yet the case. I'm thinking it's going to turn around, come this way. Well, we can easily check. It's the BVO, of course, and KLM Flight 597 is indeed the BVO. Going to Cape Town, South Africa. Air France up in the way. Up, get out of the way. Hey, Jean-Yves, salut mon ami. Good to see you again. Hope all is well, mate. Lance, good morning, my friend. Haven't gotten around to answer your email. I hope I will have some time this afternoon to get back to you. Haven't forgotten. I did read your email. Thanks for the uplifting words, mate. This is definitely coming this way. KLM Flight 597. Hey there, Belgian Rail, good morning, good to see you again. KLM Flight 597 coming this way. Destination Cape Town, South Africa. And already K1 in the background. We'll probably inspect runway 0927 before it's going to open up again. Buddy, mate. Duckman. Which one has it become now? Flying Duckman. Okay, buddy. Just received notification from PayPal. You didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much. Dukman just now donating via PayPal. Gargamel's voice, I hate bad weather. Glad to see you again, Maestro. Well, I'm glad to be out of here again as well. Not too sure about tomorrow though. I think tomorrow we might get a rain check because of bad weather. Wolfgang also back in the chat. Good morning, Wolfgang. Servus, hope all is well, mate. Don't know yet what the weather on Sunday is going to be like, but for tomorrow it's looking like rain for the majority of the day. Hopefully it's not going to be too bad, so that we can also go out for a stream tomorrow, but I'm not sure yet. Either way, buddy, thank you so much for your donation, for your kind words. You didn't have to do that, mate. You didn't have to do that. Happy to be here as well. How could you not be happy when you see a 777 like this? KLM flight 597 to Cape Town, South Africa, the BVO, the PHBVO. Right, KLM flight 597, the PHBVO, lined up, ready to go to Cape Town, South Africa. There are no cheaters on Cheaters Lane. This airplane is 10 years old. Its first flight was in March 2015. And thank you RDM and the cast, who both think that this is epic. Yeah. I love going here whenever there's also activity on runway 27, which there will be later. United 767 in the background. Ready to line up on runway 24. And away it is to Cape Town, where in a few weeks from now they'll have the longest day of the year. In the meantime, another Vueling, Welling, Wheeling, Voiling has lined up over here. Right, Fueling, Wheeling, Welling, and KLM, no, Transavia, KLM's daughter, is it? They are part of KLM group, aren't they? A321neo coming this way. Lance wonders if the captain of the triple waved. I didn't see it, but I wasn't paying attention. I was a little late with zooming in on the cockpit for that one, so not sure. Could be, would be nice. Michael, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the threshold of 18 left. Still in use for departures for another half hour or so. And then from 11 until 11:40, we're going to get arrivals on runway 270 full as well. The runway that is crossing this runway, they're now using for outbound traffic. This is Transavia flight 6141 to Alicante. Now, if there were people on board, we would even be able to see their faces if they put their face against the window. Hey Martien, goedemorgen. Soldeerboutje. Nice name. And thank you for the compliment. Soldeerbout, what's the English word for that again? Soldering thing. Good morning, Moto Gringo Jeff, who is watching from southeast London.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Welcome to the channel, mate. A lot to see in the background. Probably coming this way. Soldering iron, there you go. Thank you, Hans. Soldeerboutje, in other words, means little soldering iron. All right. The lot will be next. Lot flight 266. Where did I see it? Still further to the left. There it is. Lot flight 266 coming this way. It's an Embraer 190, and while nothing is taking off from the runway, you can see that the tuggers are making use of the situation to get the airplanes they need to tug back and forth from one side to the other. If you're wondering, hey, was that an airplane that I earlier saw on top of that building? The answer is yes, you did. You did see that correctly. Over there is the panorama rooftop terrace, publicly accessible. You don't have to go through customs before going on there. It's a retired Fokker 100 from KLM. Before they retired them, City Hopper fleet consisted of Fokkers, Fokker 50, 70 and Fokker 100. Now it's Embraers 175, 190 and E2 190, 195. This is lot flight 266. That's an Embraer 195, another E2, going to Warsaw, looking polished. The driver from T1 that you saw in the foreground here, briefly, vaguely, honked. Hey, goedemorgen. Wat zegt u? Nee hoor, ik ben gewoon een livestream aan het doen. Ja. Fijne dag. That was weird. Truck with workman asking if I was spotting something special. No, I'm just doing a live stream. Okay, and they drove off again. Anyway, this is KLM flight 1597 to Milan and Embraer 190. It does look like the sun has more room to shine, but what I didn't see initially is that there's also high clouds that are obscuring the sun's brightness. So even though the dense clouds have moved, for the most part, it's still not that much brighter out here. Right, KLM flight 1597 and Embraer 190 to Milan. Here we go, showtime. Hey Sarah, good morning, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Oh, did I not touch my phone screen recently? My screen went blank. Black, I should say. Guess I didn't swipe long enough or frequently enough. Yeah, now of course I need to take off the glove to reopen the... There we go. Right, so we saw a tugger with a TUI Dreamliner. That's now currently over there. Redison guy also back in the chat. Goedemorgen Jan. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Well, it's 10:41. Normally speaking, this runway should still be open for departures for at least another 20 minutes. EK146 alive on the platform. Singapore Airlines flight 323 as well. Which runway have these two airplanes been assigned to, ladies and gentlemen? I'm hoping they're coming this way. And I'm seeing that the bird control is already doing an inspection of 0927. So the reopening of runway 27 is not too far out off anymore. Definitely hoping that we can still see at least one more wide body before runway use will change again. Hey Alan, what up mate? KLM flight 755 to Quito has been pushed back and seems to be on the move. Which runway is it coming for? Hopefully this one. Willful Wild, goedemorgen. Nienke, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and we are here at the northern threshold of runway 18 left, which still is open for departures. Runway 27 is being inspected by the bird control, which means it'll open up for arrivals around 11, maybe a bit earlier even. At least that's what they did yesterday. They did open 27 already at 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Hey Lindsay, goedemorgen. Jan, goedemorgen. KLM flight 755 Emirates Flight 146, Singapore 323. Which runways have these airplanes been assigned to? Has anybody checked CDM? I think that moving tail is KLM Flight 755. And there's the tail of Singapore, by the way. Singapore Airlines Flight 323. Oh, Emirates Flight 146 also on the move. Yep. Anyway, goedemorgen. Anybody checking on CDM? I can also do that myself, of course. Let's head over to the laptop. Crouch behind it quickly. Let's see. KLM Flight 755. Runway 24 already. Shoot. 146. Let's double check that. 146 is coming for 18 left, so that's good news. Emirates will still be taking off from 18 left. And what about... Oh yeah, Quito, of course, that's southwest. That makes sense. 323 looking in CDM. Runway 24. That's a pity. That is really a shame. So Emirates Flight 146 is still coming this way. Unfortunately, Singapore will be going to the Kaagbaan. Berend, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. This is Air France Flight 1341 going to Paris. Bombardier C-Series 300. Whining airplanes. Alright, Emirates Flight 146 is already in the vicinity. Martin also back in the chat. Good morning, Martin. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back, mate. Yeah, another whining airplane, an E2 to Bologna. Emirates 146 behind it. Oh, is that so, Wolfgang? Wolfgang says that sound is really loud in an airplane. I imagine. Believe me, it also carries in the vicinity of where the airplane is flying, particularly when they're using the Kaagbaan for arrivals. I can always hear it inside when an E2 or an A220 is approaching when I'm at home. Even with the doors and the windows closed. The airplanes themselves are really quiet, but that spooling up and spooling down, that howling, that whale sound is absolutely louder than older airplane types were. Here we go. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai. Now apparently this stream is not very interesting because we have a multitude of viewers and even less than 300 likes. I'm sorry if I let you guys down. If I can do something to make the stream more interesting, let me know. Jeff also back in the chat, good to see you, mate. Triple 7 300 Wolfgang says, order a wind machine. I thought those windmills that we had in the Netherlands were producing all that wind. Bump and a bump. That's the crossing of runway 0927. I'm still amazed that they haven't fixed that height difference. They had all the opportunity to do so, and yet they still didn't. Rotation. There you go. Up, up and away. Hey there, Paul. Good morning, mate. Happy Friday to you too, buddy. Hope you're doing well. All right, Swiss with another A220 to Zurich. We have another A220 over here. And behind the A220 we have a MAX 9 from Corendon to Antalya. Emirates flying away over there, flight 146 to Dubai. Something is going to move. Eddie, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen. Jonah Aviation, goedemorgen, good morning. Trond, good morning. Bulgaria, says so on the tin. Right, it's 10:52 and I am wondering how much more departures are we going to see from this runway before they'll start using the runway, crossing it for arrivals. Won't be long. We already saw the inspection minutes ago. Air Dolomiti. Here we go, Air Dolomiti. That's going to Frankfurt. Delta in the background, on the move to runway 24. KLM triple to Rio de Janeiro, also going to runway 24. Delta Airlines flight 73 to Atlanta has been pushed back over there in the background. Bulgaria on the move. Good morning, Vroom. Peter, good morning. Good morning, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is runway 18 left, used for departures for a few more minutes. And then runway 27 is going to be used for arrivals. 40 minutes of arrivals, and after that, it's back to the departures. Those of you who join us later, welcome to the show. If you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like, maybe subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and hit the bell if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams and announcements and whatnot. Members, don't forget the poll is still open in the community section for members. If you want to cast your vote as to the replacement custom emoji, the successor to Playtime, poll runs until Monday evening local time. So feel free to head over if you haven't already. Wolfgang says Norwegian could be first for runway 27. I haven't yet switched on my flight radar to filter for inbound traffic. I'm still pretty zoomed in on what is happening here on the platform. But I wouldn't be surprised if the first airplanes are already on their way. I think that the Embraer 190 from Air Dolomiti might actually be the last airplane for this stint of departures. Air Dolomiti to Frankfurt, an Embraer 190. They're taking their time. Member of Lufthansa Group, Gruppe. Bilbo Swaggins, I still like that name. Welcome back, mate. Hope you're doing well. Mi 06 1075, goedemorgen. Bram, goedemorgen, good morning. Greetings back to Simi Jan. Hope she's doing well. Not being too busy, hopefully. I think for now this will have been the last departure from 18 left. I think we're now officially going to transition to the arrival rush hour with runway 27 opening up in a few moments, or maybe already having opened up. 40 minutes of arrivals to runway 27, and then it's back to departures over here. Let's see. The inbound rush hour is beginning, so let's switch and zoom out on flight radar so that we can see inbound traffic. Yep, Norwegian already in the vicinity of Weesp, arriving from Stockholm, and Indigo behind it. Okie-do. Now, let's get our bearings in. Somewhere in the direction of the McDonald's, we should start seeing the arriving airplanes. Think we might have to put the volume a little up since they are landing pretty far away, relatively speaking, from where we are standing. Can I do that? No. Heated glove does not have enough grip. Increase the ambient a little. Mustn't forget to put it lower again once the departures resume. No echo if as well, even though I did put the ambient mic a little higher now. Question is, how far ahead can we start seeing the arrivals yet? I think actually I'm already seeing it. There you go. Now let me look over the... Oh yeah. Right, well, there you go. First arrival. Inbound rush hour beginning. Adi Marco, goedemorgen. Marcel, goedemorgen. Willem, good morning. Tried taxiing in, Wolfgang says. I am not seeing it yet. And the next airplane, Indigo, behind it, we can also see from over here. So this is looking in the direction of Weesp. Can we see number 3 already? Don't think we can we? I think that the trees are in the way for seeing number 3, but this is already number 2, which is now a little past Weesp. Bilbo remarks that those clouds are beautiful, aren't they? Yeah, it is looking lovely here. Not sunny, not warm, but definitely a nice view. I spy with my little eye. Is that the A340? I think it is. Or... yeah. It's a Suriname A380. Oh! Some smoky engine starting. And Marco is celebrating today. He is celebrating 22 months of membership. Hatseflats, alweer een maand dichterbij. Go boy go. Which is Dutch for... there you go, another month in the pocket. Go boy go. Well... here's the UNICEF livery from Norwegian. Okay, audio check. How loud was that? On days like today we have to vary the ambient audio somewhat to accommodate for the distance and the loudness. Marco, May, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope everything in lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. I hope you're going to stick around as a member for many more months to come, but if not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Just right. Bit of clipping even. Was it even a bit too loud? Well, it did use the reversers. I'm thinking if there are arrivals here that aren't using their reversers, it might even be a tad lower than what you heard just now. Right, here we go. Indigo arriving from Oslo, interestingly. This is a relocation flight, I think. Still a bit of clipping, or if it needs to be put a tad lower, let me know. Next airplane to arrive is going to be EasyJet, arriving from Geneva. That's an A319. Question now is, where is it? Is it this one? Is that the one behind it? Wondering, is this now the EasyJet? I think that the EasyJet should be a bit closer by already. Yep, it definitely is a bit closer by already. So those trees were in the way a little. That was KLM flight 1268 that we saw then. The A321neo arriving from Copenhagen. Another Indigo in a bit, is that so? What is it with Indigo at Schiphol? Good morning. Jendrosek, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and the Suriname A340 is over there, ready to line up on runway 24 shortly to take off to Paramaribo. Meanwhile, KLM flight 1268 is arriving from Copenhagen, and that's an A321neo. Flight time has been 1 hour and 4 minutes. That's nominal for Copenhagen, Amsterdam. An hour or so is the average journey time. Hello Indigo, my old friend. Alright, Suriname A340 on its way to Paramaribo shortly. Flight 993 in the meantime, and Embraer 175 arriving from Munich over here, landing in the foreground. I'm going to point the camera, keep the camera pointed at the A340. And we're also quickly swapping a battery. Okay, the flight 1850 now about to land on runway 27. You might start hearing it. Suriname on the move. I also have the idea that I am hearing propellers, so I'm thinking the Dash 8 from Coast Guard might also be running. Where will it appear? That's the question. Thinking more to the right than we think initially. There we go. There's the A340-600. Suriname, flight 993 to Paramaribo, returning again tomorrow. Climb it can, climb it does. It's definitely more capable of climbing than the A340-300 is. Hybrid German Airways with BA Blue on the bottom. Having arrived. Indigo is over there. One Indigo is over there, another is coming. Yeah, where? Answer. There. Indigo, flight 21 is arriving from Mumbai. There it is. 7879 Dreamliner, 8 hours and 36 minutes on the way. 6-year-old airplane, first flight March 2019. A very good morning to everybody who has joined. Sieprecht, goedemorgen. Thierry, goedemorgen, good morning. Gerrit, goedemorgen. Arrivals on runway 27 right now for 40 or so minutes. From 11 until 11:40. Then back to departures. We're standing at the threshold of 18 left. And this is Indigo from Mumbai. .747 on the move for departure to Frankfurt. That's a pity. It's a pity that it is taking off right now in this time slot and not later or earlier. Means we are missing out on this departure from 18 left, where we would have been able to get a beautiful headshot here. Nippon cargo. Bird control behind it. It's probably a bit closer by. It's nice to see the size difference. Or is it behind? No, yeah, it's. Oh no, it's even behind the 747. What a machine, isn't it? Bob has to go. W has arrived. Bob, sleep tight. Thanks for joining. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend, weather permitting. E2 Embraer from KLM about to land, arriving from Oslo. Whiny little airplanes, those E2s, aren't they? Right, Nippon Cargo to Frankfurt. And one of United's 767s. I saw two on my way over here, on both sides of the A4 highway. Nippon is leaving too early or too late, depending on on how you look at it. For the time it could have taken off, it shows these 40 minutes where 18 left is closed and only runway 24 is open for departures. Now, where's it going to appear? Answer: a bit further to the right. Right. Indigo is still looking a little lost, and we have, is that Fidel Castro over here in the foreground? Can you get that more sharply in view? I don't think we can get it any sharper than this. Fidel Castro, what a pretty bird it is, isn't it? What a gorgeous specimen of a bird. Absolutely lovely to see. What a beautiful bird. Well, Indigo one. Indigo 2 for 1. Oh, is that Raul Castro? I am sorry. Thinking they're already doing an inspection of 18 left to precede the reopening, which is about to happen pretty soon. Will we be able to get Raul and both Indigos in one shot? Indigo number 2 is getting ever closer by. Oh, is it Bob Buzzard? Well, I'm no what's that called? Ornithologist? Is that someone who specializes in birds? I'm not a bird expert. Let me just keep it plain and simple. I do know that it is a beautiful predator bird. Indigo 1, Indigo 2, 2 Indigos, 1 shot. And oh, we have, is that a landing on runway 24? Yeah. KLM flight 1174, arrived from Stavanger, Embraer 175, breakaway landing to runway 24. It's going to land on the Kaagbaan, runway 24, the one they're taking off from. There you go. Another one getting away from us is Singapore Airlines, unfortunately. flight going to take off to Singapore via runway 24. Coast Guard on the move. Thank you so much, Wolfgang. Thought I heard the props already. Let's see. Why am I not seeing them on flight radar? So where are they then? Trying to spy. Trying to see if I can find the Dash 8. Not seeing them. Oh, now I'm hearing them. They were hidden from view from where I am standing, but quite clearly audible. Now perfectly visible. Dash 8, 100 from the Coast Guard. Still with a Canadian registration. Going for a coastal patrol. Landings on runway 27 in the meantime. Meep meep, and away it is. One Indigo, two Indigos. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. That was the Coast Guard. And Austrian is next to arrive on runway 27. Austrian arriving from Vienna, flight 313. That's an A320. That's a proper Austrian, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, that's proper Austrian. Austrian Airlines flight 313 arriving from Vienna in Austria, the capital of Austria, in fact. For those of you who didn't know, flight time 1 hour and 26 minutes. 17-year-old airplane. Its first flight was somewhere in 2008, April 2008. Always great fun being here. So much action on days like today. And a good demonstration that we have too many runways here at Schiphol Airport. Close one off and you'll have more action on a location like this. I'm all for it. Hope you guys are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far. Don't forget to leave a like, maybe subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams, make sure to hit the bell icon. Also, whenever new polls, if needed, are opened, you'll also receive notifications. 2 Indigos, 1 shot, and a Fokker 100 on the rooftop terrace. Publicly accessible for those of you who are curious. Wondering if we can even see people on the terrace. I think we can. Those are people that are on the rooftop terrace. Singapore is taking off. Another one getting away from us. Singapore Airlines flight 323 to Singapore. Hey, is that the DTM? I think it is. It is the DTM. DTM, German Airways, the damn wall. Damn wall. And Singapore Airlines, their A350 getting away from us via the wrong runway. Such a shame. And I see Bill J has also made it in the stream, in the chat again. Good to see you, Bill. Hope all is well. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and this is K1 prepping or inspecting runway 18 left shortly before it will reopen again in 20 or so minutes from now, usually. Right now, runway 27, the intersecting runway, is being used for arrivals. The next arrival is going to be KLM flight 1292, arrival from Billund, which is right over there. Primary runway for departures today is runway 24, secondary runway is 18 left. That's going to reopen again around 11:40. Primary runway for arrivals is the Buitenveldertbaan, and the secondary runway is runway 27, which is now open. And after that, runway is going to close again in 20 or so minutes from now. 18 left will reopen for some awesome close-up departures. KLM triple on the move. Hadi Roy, goedemorgen. Mike, good morning. Patrick, goedemorgen. GLWG, good morning. 777 on the move. And there we have Indigo once again. We also see a Dreamliner in the process of being pushed back. The Kilo Hotel is pushing back this Dreamliner. The engines aren't moving yet. If they keep it like this, we should see the whole startup procedure. Thinking this engine has just begun to start. Yeah, that's rolling. This jet taking off from runway 22 in the meantime. Constant action, constant action. Love it over here. Hope you guys are enjoying as well. Milotsu, good morning. Taking off in KLM flight 927 to Edinburgh in an hour. Yeah, probably a bit too far away. I think so too, unfortunately. I don't think that airplane's right engine was starting, because it would have sped up more already. Finnair has been pushed back, hasn't it? I think that also is going to leave pretty soon. Good morning, Glenn, or good evening to you. Hope you've had a good day. If you're tuning in from New Zealand, your day probably already over for the better part. Big picture, this is what the south is looking like, and to the right, in other words to the west, you can see more cloudiness. That was expected. It was expected that rain would enter the country from the west in the afternoon somewhere, so obviously you need clouds to get rain. Looking to the east, more land inward, this is what it looks like, and looking to the north, currently it's looking like this, more open, but this is what is coming in, more cloudiness and also a bit of rain. Probably the better part of tomorrow also will be rainy, so I'm not sure yet about tomorrow's stream. Might be that we have to rain check, and maybe hopefully we'll be able to go back out again on Sunday, but I'm not sure Tomorrow I am hoping, of course, that I will be able to go out. We'll have to see. This is KLM, flight 1284, arriving from Aalborg. That's an Embraer 175, and Aegean is behind it. Flight 3624, arriving from Athens. Mr. Mansur, good morning. Aviation Dutch, good morning. There's your Finnair A350. Such a pretty airplane, those A350s. It's almost 11:30, which means that the runway open for arrivals, runway 27, is probably going to close again in 10 or so minutes from now. This is the Bringing Us Together Since 1923 edition of Finnair. It's only the text. It's a standard livery, just this bit of text added to it. No movements or anything. The other day we saw, or at least I saw one. I'm hoping you guys also were able to to have caught a glimpse of it. Santa Claus was on one of the Finnairs. Right, AG soon to be in the house. Here we go. Aegean A321neo, arrival from Athens, flight 3624. Indigo is still standing there, both engines running. Seems to be a bit wasteful. Finnair over there. BizJet taking off from runway 22. Sirtek, good morning. Welcome back, mate. That Indigo is now on the move. That bodes well. Have they found a place for it? Or are they just going to take another tour around the block? Okie-do, let's see. I don't see any airplanes on arrival for runway 27 any longer, so I'm thinking we're going to see departures from... Oh wait, except this one, of course. So I'm thinking pretty soon we're going to reopen again. Or at least runway 18 left is going to reopen again. And we'll start seeing arrivals. Well, indicative is that KLM flight 1772, which is arriving from Berlin, has been vectored to the Polderbaan already. So absolutely that 27 is going to close pretty soon. Means that I am already going to go ahead and lower the ambient volume again, because otherwise it'll get very loud once the airplanes do get closer by again. Lights are on, and that just happened a few seconds ago. They didn't do that initially. In the first stint, they were closed, but now they are open. Wind, as you can see, more or less southerly. While we are waiting, let's have a look. I've become lazy, I admit, not showing you the visual METAR as often anymore as I used to do now that that has become automated. But let's indulge for a moment. Here we have the METAR that you also see in the ticker, but now visualized. We're standing at 18 left, and that means for the airplanes taking off, it's going to be mostly headwind, although the wind is varying a little bit with a little bias to the southeast. Wind speed is 11 knots, the temperature is 11 degrees C, a tad above 50 Fahrenheit. We don't have a ceiling, just a few clouds at 4,200 feet. Below those clouds we have perfect visibility. Air pressure more or less the same as yesterday. Current runway use, let's see, is that still current? Well, you can see that officially 27 is still open, but 18 left has also opened up. Right, let me put back on my heated gloves, which are definitely a requirement on days like today. The wind makes it cold. If it hadn't been for the wind, it wouldn't have been as subjectively cold as it is feeling now being out here. Luckily, with ample of layers, we're all good. The first airplane is already coming. E2 Embraer 195 to Budapest. That's from KLM, flight 1367. Here it is. And an angry Chinese A350 in the background, going to China. Well, no, it's going to Taipei, to Taiwan. Is that coming this way? I think it might be. Keeping up the speed. Turning in onto the runway pretty quickly. Turning and burning. No time to waste. And that A350 is coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. Yes. Angry Chinese coming this way. Hey Polkapuk, good morning. Ome Goofy, goedemorgen. Marcelo, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're doing well. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and 18 left has reopened. E2 Embraer to Budapest just now took off. And this is China Airlines Flight 74, which will be leaving for Taipei in a few minutes. Coming this way. Gaspard, salut et bienvenue. Tuning in from France. Welcome to the show, mate. Taking this brief moment to quickly replace another battery of a heated glove that turned cold. Here's the A350. It's coming this way. We'll make for a beautiful headshot in a few moments. And a headshot in the distance from a Dreamliner. I don't want to go back to China. I don't want to go back to Taiwan. That's what it seems to be saying. Michael DCA also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back, Hopo, as well. Right, new battery in the heated glove, and we're good to go again. Smile. Oh, you want to smile. Don't really want to go to Taipei. Hope the ambient isn't too loud, but also not too low. Looks like those pilots have ample room, also ample headroom. That cockpit looks very spacious compared to what other cockpits sometimes look like. Air Europa is coming this way. Air Europa Dreamliner to Madrid will be taking off via 18 left as well. Lucas, good morning, goedemorgen. China Airlines Flight 74 to Taipei in China, A350, 9 years old, let's go. Bump it, bump, bump, bump. Air Europa to Madrid, flight 1098, 7879 Dreamliner. 7-year-old airplane. The ECMSZ, Mike Sierra Zulu, 7 years old, first flight February 2018. Hope you guys are enjoying. If you are, don't forget to leave a like, and if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell. Air Europa, and after that we are going to see an Embraer 175 to Curaçao in Poland. Elmo, goedemorgen. Let's have a look. The Dreamliner's flapper on, lowering, then going fully up, and then falling in line with the flaps again. Now going up, all the way up, and then falling in line again with the flaps. Just a little detail that you typically see only on Dreamliners. Triples have the same, but not exactly the same. So in other words, it's not the same, it's something similar. Need some vodka, because I am sobering up and English is beginning to fail. First up, a KLM Embraer 175 to Krakow in Poland. This is KLM Flight 1325 to Krakow. Papa Hotel Echo X-ray uniform, also 7 years old, also from 2018. First flight of this airplane was in January. I see that KLM Flight 873 to Hyderabad in India has been pushed back and has begun moving. That's coming this way. That's coming this way. And is that a special livery or no? I think it's just BA. Yeah, for a moment I thought I saw Estonian flag or something. The A220 from Air Baltic. Saw that incorrectly. Metal Football TV says that if your English is beginning to fail, you need a cup of tea or some shepherd's pie. For most people, that would be true. Yours truly runs on vodka. Let me get me a small sip, a small glass. Fish, chips, and a cup of tea.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
Hold up. Bom dia, Vinny. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the northern threshold of runway 18 left, which has reopened minutes ago. Secondary runway for outbound traffic. Everything to the east will be taking off from this runway as well until approximately 1 p.m. local time. After that, another hour of 2 runways for arrivals, and that would mean that runway 27 is going to open up again for arrivals, just like how it did between 11 and 11:40. The reason for this is that the center runway 18 center / 36 center is still closed for maintenance. I think until the beginning of next week. I think until Tuesday, if I recall correctly. I think it was November 4th or something. But that's good news for us because Schiphol has too many runways, and you see that if they close one or have to close one down, it leads to very interesting action and very interesting streams from different locations, from other locations. Locations closer to the main platform area where you can actually see and experience that Schiphol is in fact a very busy international airport, one of the busiest in the world, certainly one of the busiest in Europe. You don't get to see that, and you don't get to experience that vibe as intensely from other locations than this. Certainly not from the Polderbaan, but also to a lesser extent from the other side of the Kaagbaan. KLM flight 873 to Hyderabad, 777-200. Yassine, good morning. Marcus, goedemorgen. Wagner, bom dia. This is the PHBQA, Bravo Quebec Alpha. Already 22 years old, ladies and gentlemen. Albert Plasman. Yassine asks about the busiest airport in Europe. Surely that must be Heathrow. Heathrow, Paris Charles de Gaulle, Frankfurt, Schiphol, something like that. Just a few meters to my left on the asphalt of the cycling path we have Steven Seagal. Come on, focus. There we go. We have more wide-body traffic coming this way. This is KLM Flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya, which of course is in. But this is Air Arabia Morocco going to Tetuan, which is in Morocco, of course, also in. And Jeff asks if I am saying that the Dutch have been incredibly sensible and built an airport with the correct number of runways for an international hub. Well, I think we have, but I don't think as a spotter we should be happy with that. We're too sensible in a way. There's also something as too much sensibility, and in this case, definitely there's been too much sensibility when constructing Schiphol Airport. As far as I'm concerned, give back Polderbaan to the farmers and keep things central here. Makes it more fun for us. We can almost look on their head-up displays. Which one is this? Rose. Have a look at the Karen cabin. Looks sweet, doesn't it? This is KLM Flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya. This is a 787-10 Dreamliner, the PHBKR. Brand new, first flight August this year, so really brand spanking new. Klaas has to go. Klaas, thanks for stopping by, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hopefully see you again soon. Okay, I'm hearing an ambulance, firefighter, police. I think a firefighter siren. It seems to be coming from P3 or something. I'm looking but not seeing anything. Wow, that backdrop looks pretty, doesn't it? That was a sweet sight. I see that another United 767 is on the move. It's going to runway 24, unfortunately. QJ asks about when the runway south of Kagbaan is expected. I'm pretty sure that that's not going to be realized. Too many people are objecting against it. Now, Klaas, mate, what are you doing, mate? Klaas was announcing, saying that he had to leave, and before he did, he gifted 10 memberships. Still don't know why YouTube says sends, that somebody sends gifted memberships. But Klaas, you didn't have to do that, mate. Thank you so much for your stupendous generosity. That is above and beyond. Thank you so much, Klaas, for your generosity. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those 10 new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön or dankjewel to Klaas if you are one of the 10 recipients of his gifted memberships. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Also, be sure to head over to the community section for members. There's a poll that runs until Monday evening local time, and there you can cast your vote and decide which you want as the successor to Playtime emoji, which we are going to retire once the poll is closed and you guys have cast your vote. Again, thank you so much, Klaas, for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you definitely did. And I hope that everybody who received the gifted membership will say thank you and have fun with the custom emojis. Air Canada in the process of being pushed back. And John Louisville is tuning in from Louisville, Kentucky. Good morning and welcome to the channel. Don't be afraid to say hi in the chat if you're new to the channel. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. A great many of them are knowledgeable. They're all friendly. So feel free to interact with us in the live chat. Croatia Airlines is coming this way. From what I was thinking, Airways? No, Airlines. It's an A319. It's going to go to Zagreb, flight 451. And Elmo 1711 just became our latest Aurora Skylines member. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Elmo, and welcome. You now have access to the 34 custom emojis. You are also eligible to vote in the poll that I mentioned just now. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Headshot of the A319 from Croatia Airlines. Rietveld Erik, good morning. Dennis Alex, good morning. Jeff wonders if a 747 is on the move. Is that so? Yeah, but to Chongqing in China. That's runway 24, I think. That's a runway 24 departure, sadly. And Josegi, of course, also tuning in. Good to see you. Tuning in from Nairobi in Kenya, which is in... Can't ever get enough of that, can we? I am assuming that the 747 will be taking off from runway 24. If I am incorrect, let me know. I sure hope to be incorrect, hope to be wrong with this one. Turning and burning indeed. John Louisville wonders if any Fokker 100s are still flying to Schiphol. Unfortunately, they don't. There's only one left. That's on the panorama rooftop terrace, which you can see in the background. It's publicly accessible. One of the retired Fokker 100s. There it is. The Fokkers that KLM City Hopper used to operate have all retired, and they have been replaced by Embraers exclusively. So we now have Embraer 175s like over here, Embraer 190s, and E2 Embraer 195s that have replaced the Fokker 50, 70 and 100 of the olden days. Air Arabia on the move. United 767 lining up in the background. Peter Flight Devil, good afternoon. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime as well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you guys are enjoying what we're doing here. I know I am having great fun here for one. Thank you, Christophe, who says great footage. Over here we have the Red Wine Express. It's number 175, which will be leaving for Bordeaux shortly. And we have a 737 lined up that is ready to go to Istanbul in Turkey. Let me throw a wave to the pilots to see if they are responding. Sadly, that doesn't seem to be the case. Iceland there in the background. Interesting to see how those wheels seem to be turning a little bit sideways. As if they were taking the corner too quickly. Hey, Carol in the world, also back. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Dennis says, Hungarian government has a Fokker 100, or am I wrong? I think you're confusing. Well, I'm not sure. I do know that the Slovakian government has a Fokker 100. In fact, it has already visited Schiphol Airport, and I even made a short of it. Plus, also, I think I also had it as the thumbnail of the stream when it did visit. Now, in the meantime, Orion 33 gifting no less than 50 memberships just now. Mate, what in the world? Orion 33. I don't know who you are, your username. I don't recognize the handle. 50 gifted memberships just now. Thank you so much. That is incredible. Please let me know what is your name so that I can address you more formally, more appropriately than with your handle. Stupendous generosity. That is incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome everybody. If you are one of three Orion 33's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him or her. Also, have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Don't forget to say thank you if you receive a gifted membership, even if you don't know who the gifter was. Lelo. We see now it is Lelo. Lelo, thank you once again so much. 50 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of you. I hope that was intentional and wasn't a typo, and you meant to give only 5, because that'll cost you a bit more 50 than 5. Incredible. Lelo, thank you so much. And indeed, Slovaks have one remaining Fokker 100. We've seen it, or at least one of them. I also have a short. That's more easily, you can find that more easily because I don't make shorts anymore because they're costing me too much time. Plus, I don't think I can produce the quality I want to. But you can definitely see that departure over there. It visited Schiphol, I think already 2 years or so ago. Pretty long back again by now. Time for another ETA. ETA Airways flight 107, which is going to go to Rome. It's an A320neo. Pierluigi Marzorati. No idea who that is or was. Also a footballer, question mark. And meanwhile, over there we have Suparna. Current status quo. Looking up here, it is more cloudy. The sun is hiding behind a more dense pack of clouds. Looking to the east, land inward, still okay. Interestingly, looking to the west, also more openness. The north has gotten a bit more cloudy. It was said that later in the afternoon, a few droplets of rain might start to fall. More rain is expected for tomorrow, particularly in the morning hours and the early afternoon. I'm not sure yet about whether or not I'll be able to do a stream tomorrow. I hope I will, but not too sure yet. BizJet, in the meantime, taking off from runway 22. BizJet still crossing 18 left, which is why A320neo has been waiting. Suparna is lined up on runway 24 in the background. That's going to leave. And a former professional basketball player, Pierluigi. Well, there you go. A recurring theme on airplanes that they have athletes mentioned. Something that you don't see in the Netherlands. We have flowers, squares, waterfalls and whatnot. Or, what is it, nature resorts. Well, on the one hand we have the ITA leaving, and on the other Suparna also already left. Suparna will probably emerge somewhere, yeah, just right of the tower. Okido. Hey, that's nice. Cathay Pacific cargo to Frankfurt. That's a 747 that will be coming this way. So ladies and gentlemen, sit back. We are going to get a 747 headshot pretty soon. And this seems to be a special livery of Vueling. Which one is this? Let's see. This is the Cantabria Infinita livery. Okay. Vueling has a couple of special liveries that seem to be children's drawings. This too, at first glance, is looking like one of those. What is that? Are those supposed to be hills or? Tower on a hill is what I make out of it. Thinking maybe the white balance is a tad warm. Maybe this is a bit more balanced. And Han is celebrating his 30 months of membership, using it as a distraction from his favorite airline. Well, Han, you're not going to fool us. We're going to have a look at that dot regardless to see if it is in place. Han, thank you so much for all the support. 30 months, 2.5 years and counting. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, my friend. Always nice to have you in the chat. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. Ideally in the lounge as a member, but if not, that's also perfectly fine. Han, thank you so much for all the support and all the fun whenever you are in the chat. You can see the dot is still in place. You can rest assured and sleep easy tonight, knowing that world order as we know it is still going to be in place. Come to think of it, is that something that is a good thing? Oh dear, maybe we should push that button. Maybe we are up for something new. KLM Flight 877 is also in the process of being pushed back. Its destination is Mumbai in India, and that makes it a candidate for departure from runway 18 left. I'm thinking I'm seeing it. I'm thinking this is KLM Flight 877, which will be taking off to Mumbai shortly. What does the button do? Indeed, Brandon. Yeah, this is... I'm pretty sure that this is KLM Flight 877. The left engine is already running. The right is slowly spooling up. Or will they start that? I think they might only start that. No, it's not yet. This is wind. This is wind-induced movement, and now it's stopped moving. If you start seeing it move to the other side, which we are now slowly seeing, it means they are starting the engine. It was spinning in the other direction. No, wait. Huh? It's still spinning in the opposite direction. They haven't begun starting the engine yet. And now we cannot see it. Boo. PH Jet, good afternoon. Richard, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the threshold, the northern threshold of runway 18 left, where an ITA Bombardier C-Series 300 is coming. We'll be leaving for Milan. That's making its way over here. Should make for a nice headshot shortly. I'm also happy to say that there is a 747 coming this way. Cathay Pacific Cargo will be leaving for Frankfurt. And if all is well, that should be leaving from this runway. Now, let's see. Flight radar says that KLM Flight 877 is not too far off. Here it is, I think. In the meantime, Mehmet just now gifting a membership. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Kimmy, who is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Kimmy. Don't forget to say thank you to Mehmet and have fun with the custom emojis. Also, don't forget you're now eligible to vote and cast your vote in the poll to decide which you want as successor to Playtime. The emoji that we will retire pretty soon. Meanwhile, PH Jet is celebrating 2 months of membership. Thanks for all the awesome streams, he writes. Well, you're welcome, my friend. I am happy to oblige. I'm happy to hear you are enjoying the streams, and I hope that goes for everybody. Make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying what you've been seeing thus far, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, be sure to hit the bell icon when you do subscribe then. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come in the Lounge PH Jet. If not, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. Turning and burning, no time to waste, gotta move with haste. ITA already spooling up. And Glekametrek. Hopefully I pronounced that somewhat properly. Gifting a membership just now. Simon K is the recipient. Welcome to the Aurora Skyline, Simon. Don't forget to say thank you. Oh, and here it does say Glenn Hivers. So I see the handle in the highlighted message, and in the notification or in the message in the chat where it says who is the recipient, the username is mentioned. Well, don't forget to say thank you to Glenn, Simon. Have fun with the custom emojis. Glenn, thank you so much. And welcome to the Aurora Skyline, Simon. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai. That's the 777-300. There's an Embraer 175 to Munich also coming this way. And Cathay Pacific Cargo is also coming this way. Tina has to go. That's a shame, because this is what is coming this way, Tina. Cathay Pacific Cargo going to Frankfurt. If you have to go, you have to go. Thanks for stopping by, Tina. But in a few minutes from now, we are going to see this airplane depart. And before that, awesome headshots. KLM 737 in the foreground, the tuggers. KLM probably didn't pay all of their bills, and they're taking it to the airplane impound. I'm also happy to see that the Dreamliner from TUI that they tugged away earlier is now being returned. TUI apparently did pay their bills eventually, and the airplane is returning to one of the gates. There's a Dreamliner over there as well. And the Embraer 175 is becoming the first next departure. Here it is. Hey, there you go. That's a wise decision, Tina. If you do have a few minutes left to spare for Her Majesty the Queen, because that is definitely worth the wait, I think. Unless I am totally wrong and this airplane is leaving via runway 24. But it has already passed runway 24, so Cathay Pacific Cargo is coming this way. All right. So Her Majesty is coming. EasyJet will be the first departure here, and the 777 also on the move. KLM flight 877 to Mumbai is also coming this way. Alrighty, EasyJet A380 to Krakow in Poland is lining up here in the foreground. We saw this land earlier. It's already returning. Just a short stay here at Schiphol Airport. Turnaround time usually an hour or so for the short haul airplanes. So after that we are going to first see this 777-300 to Mumbai, KLM flight 877, and after that we are going to see Her Majesty the Queen. She's already following up on the triple. Absolutely beautiful. Epic headshot number 1. The headshot that will follow after this will be even more epic. If you like epic headshots, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already, and subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams. What a sight. Now, as much as I like 777s, I think that this is even more interesting. So I am going to keep the camera posted, focused on the 747. Hope you guys will excuse me for that. Epic headshot incoming. Only a short flight of this Cathay Pacific Cargo 7478 to Frankfurt, flight 2066. 13-year-old airplane, first flight February 2012. Yes, lights on. Bring it, baby. What a big behemoth, eh? What a chunker. Cathay Pacific Cargo flight 2066 off to Frankfurt in a moment. The Bravo Lima Juliet Golf, 13 years old, first flight February 2012. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. Right, Tina's queue to go. Thanks for sticking around until the 7478 left, Tina. I think you chose wisely. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you soon. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Bernard, thank you so much for your super chat or super sticker. Much appreciated. Thank you so much, Werner. As if it is floating still in the air. Jörg, good afternoon. Hope you were in time to see the departure of this 7478, mate. Separate video incoming question mark. Might be worthwhile wounded. This is Iberia, which will be leaving for Madrid. Maria has to go. Bad time for her. Thank you for joining us today, Maria. Hopefully see you again later in the weekend. Not too sure yet about tomorrow. Well, hopefully see you then. If not then, hopefully on Sunday. Iberia on its way to Madrid. And I'm thinking that the A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific should also be leaving pretty soon. And usually is a candidate for runway 18 left. Though I'm unsure what time it will be leaving today. Don't see it on flight radar just yet. Caleb Flight 743 to Lima in Peru has started moving, but I'm thinking that is probably going to take off from runway 24, won't it? Lighting this time of day is exquisite. The cloudy backdrop and also the sun bleakly shining again. For the time being. Killer Flight 743 to Lima in Peru unfortunately is on its way to runway 24 seemingly. Wilma also back in the chat. Good to see you, Wilma. Hope all is well. Hope you were in time to see the 747 leave just now, a couple of minutes ago. Actually, bits of blue over here. Looking to the west, this is what it looks like. Further to the west, it is a bit more cloudy. Right now, looking to the south, pretty open. Now, more cloudiness looking to the east, land inward. And further to the north at the horizon, it's also a bit more cloudy. Over here, it is more open. Seagull. On the move, making noise. Caleb Flight 1777 is going to be the next airplane leaving here. think I accidentally froze my chat window, so while the airplane is coming this way, I'm thinking maybe the brightness is a little too much now. Let me go back to the standard exposure, because I think a quarter stop right now is too much. This is the standard exposure. I lost sight of the chat. Need to restart the browser. Will only take 2 minutes. Copy the link. Close the window. Open up a new window. Paste the link. Set top chat to live chat. Pinch and zoom. Scroll to the bottom. Re-enable split screen. Turn around the phone a quarter turn, and we are back. Hey, hey, hey. Lisa also in the chat. Good to see ya. Hope your day has been going well thus far. A321neo from KLM, flight 1777, destination Berlin. Karen cabin here in the far back. Keep Karen as far away from the pilots in the front as possible. That's design evolution. Earlier airplanes had their Karen cabins more positioned to the front, but that was not good for the pilots, so the later the airplane, the more to the back those Karen cabins seem to be. Hey, thank you Omogofi, who is welcoming me back to the chat. Sometimes you guys write longer messages and then I have to scroll laterally on my phone, and whenever I do that I run the risk of the chat freezing and no longer updating because a pop-up comes up, and it's not always that easy to get it away again. Quickest fix is then just to copy paste the URL and reload the chat. A fresh reload usually works. It certainly did in this case. Austrian is going back to Vienna again. Flight 314. We saw it land on runway 27 earlier as flight 313. So now it's going back. John Dutch Canadian is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. And Han wonders why to the right there is a Brabant box. Are you referring to this? I am not sure. I think this is the localizer. I think this is the ILS localizer. I think maybe this is where they are powering it. Powering it from. Here we have once again airplane inception. Airplane in an airplane. Time for a 40-inch screen on your setup, Omogofi says. Well, I have been thinking that a tablet, having a separate tablet for just the chat would be very useful, or maybe just a tablet for the split screen that I'm now having on my phone. But having a tablet would mean needing a separate tripod or something, and the way the phone is now positioned, I can easily read all of your messages, have a look at flight radar and whatnot. I think this is pretty optimal compared to what the alternatives are. Bigger screen means I need to position the screen away from where I am filming. Airplanes on the move to runway 24. United 777 to Newark. 175 on the move. A head-up display, that's also a good idea. Just make an overlap of the live chat and flight radar. Have that on goggles or something. As long as the chat is wide enough so that I can read all of the messages, that might actually be a good thing if it is technically feasible to implement such a thing. I'm not sure that it is. Airlines in the meantime going to Erbil in Iraq. It's not showing on flight radar. Neither was the previous airplane. So once again, temporarily here, a glitch on flight radar where the airplanes disappear. You can see them when they are taxiing towards this point, but once they are lined up or holding short before the threshold, they seem to be vanishing. Milo on KLM flight 927, about to be pushed back. Going to Edinburgh. I'm pretty sure you will be leaving via runway 24, mate. We'll wave regardless. Let me see if I can catch you if you're coming in the vicinity of where I'm standing. Her Airlines on the way to Erbil in Iraq. And Ankana, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to use a super chat to ask your question. I have a question. Are you streaming this next Sunday around 9:55? My family will be on board the KLM flight to Curaçao. Weather depending. It's always weather dependent. If it's raining cats and dogs, then I will not be out on Sunday 9:55. But normally speaking, if the weather is okay, I should be live streaming on that day and at that time. So I'm also not sure yet where I will be going to, nor whether I'll be able to go out. But if I am going to be out, it will be at that time. I thought I heard a bird over here. Pretty sure that Maurice Moorhan has arrived on the scene, but he is pretty good at hiding. Gilberto, good morning. Although over here in Northern Europe it is afternoon already. If the winds change to the north, then they should be leaving via the Polderbaan. If the winds change or stay from the south, southwest, southeast, your relatives should probably take off via the Kaagbaan. Hey Julian, dankjewel. Thank you so much for your super chat. Friends of mine are big fans of yours. Well, I am very happy to hear that, Julian. Shout out to the friends of Julian who are big fans apparently. And what a nice gesture, Julian, to emphasize that via a super chat. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but thank you for doing it. It's narrow bodies o'clock right now. Darcy ready to leave again. Darcy to Nuremberg, Embraer 190 KLM flight 1843. And yesterday it was mentioned in the chat, and then after I was done streaming I also saw it being reported that Pretty Hopper is no more. Eastern. I didn't know they were struggling financially, so I was surprised to hear it, but apparently Not only are we not going to see playtime any longer, but also no more Britty hoppers. K4 is already doing a runway inspection of runway 27. Runway 27 is going to open up in 20 or so minutes from now, around 1 o'clock, from 1 till 2. E2 Embraer to Geneva is holding short at the threshold. That should be the next departure after this. Check out those big see-through engines. Now looking in the water, I'm absolutely certain I heard a bird. I'm looking around and I'm not seeing any. So maybe I am beginning to lose my mind. Could have sworn I heard a moorhen or something, or a coot. Okay, left at 1933 to Geneva. This is an E2 Embraer 195. Pegasus will be next after that, an A321neo to Istanbul. Spacious cabin cabin, reasonably in the back. Not as far in the back as on the A321neos. Pegasus over there. Huge cabin cabin indeed. Absolutely. Oh, Marco Plaggenborg, thank you so much for your generosity. Because it is weekend, greetings from a fan club member is what he wrote in Dutch just now. Marco, you really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much though for your generosity. Groetjes terug. I certainly hope that we will be able to go out during the weekend. Tomorrow, I think it's going to be a bit difficult. In the morning hours at least, we'll have rain. Maybe in the late afternoon, things will dry up. Now, this time of year, having gone to winter time, it also means that it's already starting to get dark around 5. Particularly if it is cloudy. I still have high hopes of being able to do 4 streams this weekend. If not tomorrow, then at least on Sunday. And if tomorrow will not go through, I will look to see if maybe I can do something on Monday. Pierre, good day to you. Erik, goedemiddag. This is Air Oink Oink to Istanbul, A321neo. Oink oink and away it is. Bump and bump. Windsock, more or less stable. Moderate wind from the south mostly, with a little bias to the southeast. In other words, the wind is from the south-southeast. Once again, a beautiful backdrop against which these airplanes are climbing out. I'm still waiting for the A350-1000. Not seeing it yet. Let's see, what is this? That seems to be an arrival. Yeah, pretty sure that's just arrived. Now, what airplanes can we still expect? I'm a bit surprised that we haven't seen the A350-1000 already. Looking on Flight Radar right now, I am seeing airplanes that are all looking to be flying out well, almost all. AJet to Istanbul, that's still coming this way, and the Embraer to Frankfurt also will probably still be coming this way. It's already 12:44, so I'm also thinking that the intersecting runway will open up pretty soon. Right now, the lights of 18 left are still on. Corendon World to Fly has also arrived on the scene by the looks of it. Super Eminent has to go. That's a shame, mate. Thank you so much for joining us here. Hopefully see you again on the next one. We can also see American over there. Transavia is moving. Curaçao, whoa. Doesn't say for how much a flight will bring you there, but that's an ad for Curaçao. And looking at the font, I'm thinking it's an ad for Corendon. Okay, left at 1583 to Lisbon, I think, is what we are now filming. Coming this way, I think. Yeah, it's definitely looking to be coming this way. Bird controller over there in the background. Probably doing an inspection of runway 24. In the meantime, Jörg, mate, what are you doing? Jörg, aka JD, just now gifting 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. I see we crossed through 600 likes. Is that perhaps the reason? Either way, Jörg, you didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for doing it anyway. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. Don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to Jörg if you are one of the 5 recipients of his gifted memberships. Don't forget to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. And also don't forget, a lot of reminders, don't forget to head over to the community section for members. There's a poll running until Monday evening local time where you can cast your vote to decide which is your favorite pick for the successor to Playtime, the Playtime emoji, which we will retire pretty soon. Already the departures take place south of the crossing with runway 27. That makes me think that runway 27 is going to open up a few minutes earlier than 1 o'clock precisely. Durper has to go. See you later, Durper. Peter, if I'm not mistaken. Hey, Jörg is also celebrating. Double celebrations. Jörg is elaborating on why the 5 gifted memberships. That's not only for 600 likes, but also because Jörg is celebrating 26 months of membership. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat, but even more so when you come over all the way from Düsseldorf and join us in real life. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. If not as a member, then at least as a regular frequent visitor. I've got a hunch that you are going to stick around. And hopefully you'll keep enjoying the content. If anything is amiss, let me know. If anything in the lounge is missing or lacking, let me know. Jonas, in the meantime, says there's a Condor A380 squawking 7700 over Norwich, diverting to Schiphol. Yeah, that's probably going to land on the Polderbaan then, isn't it? But that's going to be a rare sight to see, because Condor usually doesn't land at Schiphol, so we ought to be able to catch a glimpse of it. Julian, mate, thank you so much for another super chat. Dikke shout-out naar Twan Jonkman en Luca Carlier. Well, shout-out to you both, guys. from your mate Julian. That is so sweet of you, Julian. Well, the G left for Athens, flight 3625. We saw it land here on runway 27. Matt, goedemiddag. And good afternoon to everybody else who may have joined us in the meantime. So there's apparently a Condor A380 squawking 7700 over Norwich, diverting to Schiphol. If it is over Norwich, it is still half an hour of flying away. It's arriving from the west, so chances are it's going to land on the Polderbaan. Or maybe they are diverting it to runway 27, since that is only a secondary runway. If they cannot vacate the runway, they can still fall back on the Polderbaan. Not sure. Just a hypothesis. If it's really urgent, then obviously they'll get whatever runway they need to land on. Interesting. Condor looks like it is returning to Frankfurt. Martin says, what's the source for the information that it's diverting to Schiphol? Does it say so on flight radar, or? Data is getting pushed back. Right now I'm not seeing any traffic that is looking to immediately be coming this way. To runway 18 left, that is. The lights have now also gone off. I was about to say the lights are still on, but now they have turned them off. So runway 27 is going to open up if it hasn't opened up already. Omgevingsinfo is saying Polderbaan and landing in 15 minutes. So we should be able to see that pretty soon. I am going to switch on flight radar to filter for inbound traffic instead of outbound. Yep, first arrival already on runway 27 over there. Also turn up the ambient volume a little bit. Let's see, what did we have it on? I think it was over here somewhere. Let me know if the ambient has gotten too loud, then just let me know and I'll lower it a little. I did put up the ambient a little higher earlier while the Buitenveldertbaan was in use for arrivals as well. I'm also thinking it's looking a little dark again, so I'm going to up the exposure compensation again, a quarter stop. Right, Condor is losing altitude quickly. Flight radar stated diverting to Amsterdam. In the meantime, look at what has arrived over here. PHVVA Orange Pride, and they're loading it. Seems to be pretty full already. Right, well, I've been looking behind me already earlier to see if maybe I am able to spot the arrivals to the Polderbaan. Already from this location it is hard to see further up the glide slope of the center runway. Polderbaan, I think, is near impossible to see. I am able to see glimpses of airplanes that are landing on Polderbaan. Here is one example, 777. So extrapolating that course, I think that the highway and the bridge are pretty much in the way of seeing the glide slope, with the exception of that little bit that we saw just now. So yeah, I don't think there's a big chance of being able to see Condor land. We should see it if it gets in the vicinity over here. If it lands and gets a gate, within visual range, of course, from where we are standing, which is what I'm hoping for. BVA standing out there with the half orange livery. Well, keep me posted as to where the Condor is, the A330. Definitely, I'm going to do my utmost best to film it if I can. K4 in the foreground, passing by. You make a good point there, Wolfgang. We'll see, we'll see. Green stripe, okay. Well, in the meantime, KLM flight 1354 should be arriving here. Let's see. Where is it? It's over there. Where did I see it? Left of the sign. This is, oh wait, no, this is Transavia still. Zoomed out too far. This is a Transavia A321 Neo arriving from Naples. Hope the ambient is okay. If it is too loud or too low, let me know. Let's see. Still have to wait a little for the next airplane to become visible even better. They don't seem to be doing much at the Orange Pride. United taking off in the distance over there. 767. Sounds good, Wolfgang says. Happy to hear that. Heavy hitter up next to runway 27, Qatar flight 273, the 777-300 arriving from Doha. Let's see, where is that? There it is. Qatar flight 273, Qatar Airways, 777-300 arriving from Doha, 6 hours and 13 minutes on the way. Nee, net niet. Net niet. Luckily this time of year there aren't a lot of leaves on the trees anymore, and we can see through the trees somewhat how Qatar Flight 273 is coming this way. 777-300 arriving from Doha. This is the Alpha 7 BEA, Bravo Echo Alpha. 6 hours and 14 minutes underway. 12 years old, first flight April 2013. Alright, Condor is about to turn final. Is it going to land on the Polderbaan or is it going to land on a different runway? Polderbaan probably, right? Not much that we can see from here, unfortunately. Right. Let's see, that Condor is at 2,000 feet. Pretty far out still. I think that the highway is in our way, although I am seeing something over there. I think that's the Condor, isn't it? That is definitely looking like it. So, emergency landing. Squawking 7700 is Condor Flight 2016. That was supposed to be going to New York JFK. The Condor in the green island livery. A330neo. #1 on flight radar, tracked by 8,000 people. Diverting to Amsterdam now, Frankfurt to New York. This is the Delta Alpha November Romeo Mike. 2-year-old airplane for flight in 2023. Medical emergency possibly. This airplane is 2 years old. First flight was in October 2023. A330neo was on their way for 1 hour and 13 minutes. here is where we are going to lose sight of it. Landing on the Polderbaan, that is out of our view. From here we cannot see anymore. Seems that the BVA has been fully loaded up, so won't be too long then before it's going to be pushed back. In the meantime, we are patiently waiting for whether or not the Condor is coming this way. Meantime, I'm quickly reloading a battery. So the Condor A380 Neo just landed on Polderbaan with squawk 7700. Landed safely. In the meantime, the arrivals here on runway 27 continue to take place. It does look like Polderbaan is still being used for arrivals. There's a bizjet on final, so apparently the Condor has cleared the runway. In the meantime, here we have Air Baltic, Baltic Heritage, livery. Now, let's see. Looking on Flight Radar, I can see that the Condor has begun taxiing to the main platform area. Not sure if it's going to continue because there's also a medic over there apparently. Meanwhile, the arrivals here are continuing. This is the number 175 arriving from Stuttgart, KLM flight 1830. Tijn says Condor going to the gate. Which gate has it been assigned to? Has anybody been listening in on ATC perhaps? Would be nice if we were to catch a glimpse of the Condor here at Schiphol. There's the Baltic Heritage. Park at the Delta parking lot, okay. But it will have to come to the platform area as well at some point. Emirates Sky Cargo will be next, flight 9993, arriving from Dubai World Center. Gear is extending, there it is. Golf 1, oh no wait, that's that's Turkish. That's Turkish flight 1957, the number 2, flying behind the Emirates, which of course is already closer by. Here we go. Emirates Sky Cargo, arriving from Dubai World Center. the Turk. Our mystery Turkish. Where has it gone to? I think it's somewhere behind the trees over there. There it is. Took a little while to become visible. Turkish Airlines flight 1957, A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. And Condor is the cross center. Thanks for the update, Flores. 3 hours and 2 minutes. This Turkish A330 has been on the way. Nominal flight duration. The airplane 10 years old. First flight April 2015. Orange Pride in the process of being pushed back. And Cathay also taxiing out. That's good news. The A350-1000 coming this way. Condor in the meantime slowly but surely coming over here. I'm not sure yet if we are going to be able to see it. Depends on which gate it will be assigned to. We cannot see all the gates. If it is at the G gate, the Golf gate, where the A380 also is located, then the trees, the hedge, will be in the way. Cathay Pacific A350-1000 is on the move, but unfortunately, 18 left is no longer in use. So every departure today has been wrongly timed. Next arrival is going to be an A321neo from Sky Express arriving from Athens. So yeah, this is Turkish. And you can see where it is at. No, wait, I stand corrected. That is Cathay Pacific. So further back should be Condor. And like I said, I think the hedge is in the way. Hoping for a gate more in view from where we are standing over here. BVA on the move to runway 24. Destined to be flying to Delhi. Unfortunately, since it is now between 1 and 2 o'clock, it's going to go to the wrong runway, runway 24. KLM flight 1776 arriving from Berlin. Next up. Now, Condor, where art thou? We can see the tail of the Emirates Sky Cargo. Condor ought to be somewhere over there. Sadly, I don't think we are going to see Condor unless it is going to take off shortly, and we'll be taking off from a runway over here in sight. Even if they were to take runway 24, they might still taxi to that runway via a different route, via the other side. Condor tail right of the Emirates. Probably missing it. Oh wait, is that it? That is it, isn't it? No, that's a flag. Well, I'm not seeing it. That's okay. Go. See you later, Adri. Thanks for joining us. Now I'm wondering if it's going to leave again soon. If it was a medical emergency, I can imagine that maybe after a quick pit stop, they might leave again pretty soon. Oh, that was the tail. Okay. Is that so? It was looking like a flag to me. Behind the flag. It's Condor. It's no longer on flight radar visible. It's probably going to be off the radar for a while. In that case, let us resume with what we were filming, namely the arrivals here on runway 27. And Royal Jordanian is now number 2 to land here. In the meantime, Gary Grebe has also returned. Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. There he is. And Indito once again on the move. Because why wouldn't they? It's what they do best. Getting towed around the block here at Schiphol Airport. Honk honk. And okay, for some reason I have a dead battery. What is that? I do have it plugged in properly, don't I? Yeah. Okay. Right, dead battery, apparently. That's okay. Right, Royal Jordanian is now next. Preceding airplane just having landed here. Next airplane to arrive is going to be Royal Jordanian, an A320neo arriving from Amman, flight 151, flying in the vicinity of Amsterdam Zuidoost. Thinking it ought to be visible somewhere over there. Don't have it in sight yet. Inito on the move. Orange Pride also in the process of leaving pretty soon. Won't be too long anymore. And we also see the BizJet that landed here on the Buitenveldertbaan. I think it landed right after the emergency landing. CS Luck. Royal Jordanian in the meantime having gotten closer by. There it is. Pretty livery. They also fly E2 Embraer 195s to Amsterdam on occasion. I really like this livery, but it looks even better on an E2. Absolutely does. Have a look at this. What a machine. Back when I was smaller, I always used to think that this was a royal airplane and that kings and queens would be on board, but as I got older, of course, you just realize it's the national airline of a country. And the Pride has started moving indeed. We should see it probably a bit to the right of the tower once it has gotten off the ground. And again, it might also appear a bit to the left. Most of the heavy hitters appeared from behind the buildings a bit to the right of the main tower. And the Orange Pride a little to the left. There you go. BVA Orange Pride underway. Alrighty. So two runways open for arrivals right now. Runway 27 and of course the Polderbaan. That's going to be like so until approximately 2 o'clock, so we're almost halfway through that period. In the meantime, BizJet landing here. With those typical buckets as reversers for BizJets. Enthusiast says, could someone let him know Condor leaving 4:15 p.m. to JFK? Well, I can read the chat, so thank you for letting us know. Can somebody have a look on CDM to see what runway it will be assigned to? I'm thinking if it's going to New York, it's going via runway 24. Question then becomes, via what route will it taxi to runway 24? I'm thinking just like the Orange Pride the A380 most often, it should taxi via this route. So I am going to stick around to hopefully catch a glimpse of the Condor, like we're doing with the Iceland Air 767 right now. If Condor will be taxiing to runway 24 the same way Iceland Air is now doing, we should be able to catch a good glimpse of it. And that is 2:15 p.m. your local time. Well, that's perfect. That's not too long from now. Absolutely worthwhile to stick around for. One of the two airplanes that are remaining in KLM's fleet that are still in the SkyTeam livery. This is the Embraer 190, and the other airplane I think I saw earlier this morning already landing. 737-900. Hey Clementia, goedemiddag. Right, the sun once again has begun to shine, albeit still a bit bleakly. Already we are seeing bird control. Are they going to do an inspection of 18 left? Seems a bit premature if they do that now already, or are they going to do an inspection of 27? If that's the case, they'll have to be fast because the next airplane is already approaching. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost completely unadulterated sunshine over here. Not used to seeing that. Next airplane arriving here is an A321neo, arriving from Munich. We'll probably need to set the exposure back to standard again. With the quarter stop probably being a tad too light right now. Going back from plus a quarter stop to the standard exposure setting right now. Hey, what are you doing? Not exactly following. Alright, that was weird. Guy not saying anything, pushing something in front of the camera, then walking off again. In the meantime, 33 Orion 33 also becoming a member himself after having gifted 50 memberships. Now becoming a member yourself again. Thank you for renewing your membership. Welcome back, buddy. I thought you were a member already if you gifted 50 memberships. Hopefully everybody has said or will still stay. Thank you for that. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, buddy. We kept your seat warm. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you and will happily show you the way. Yeah, so there was a character. He's continuing walking that way. Didn't say anything. He put something in front of the camera or something. I'm not sure if you guys saw that or if I was zoomed in too far. Really weird. Either way. Where were we? Oh yeah. Runway inspection of 18 left. K2 is already prepping. 18 left. And Mitch 042 has just become a member. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, Midge. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. You're now eligible to use all the 34 custom emojis that members have at their disposal, so make sure to make good use of them. You're not allowed to spam, but you are allowed to use custom emojis if you are a member as much as you want, so get creative with them and make us laugh. Have fun with them. If you need to know where stuff is, ask around. Many have gone before you. We'll happily show you the way. I think maybe one of the last airplanes for runway 27 is already approaching. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Krakow, flight 1324. I'm thinking pretty soon these these takeoff lights will be going on again. Stefan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's see. Are there any? Oh, well, Ryanair is arriving from Dublin. Huh? That seems to be coming this way. I'm wondering why that is. Are they going to do a runway inspection of runway? Of the Polderbaan of 18 right. You think so? Ryanair flight 42, all arriving from Dublin, is coming this way. Runway 27. So they're probably inspecting... oh yeah, I think I see K1 on Flight Radar already. Nikki says we only saw a blue something. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. If that was a walkie-talkie or if that was an e-cigarette or something, but... Walkie-talkie. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm and not saying anything. Hij is weer doorgelopen. Ja. So apparently that was a walkie-talkie. Not seeing the guy anymore, he continued walking towards P3, so have fun. Let's see, KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin, that probably is also taking the detour. Probably was initially assigned to Polderbaan. So there's still traffic coming this way. Air France is also coming this way, so those are all being directed over the north, via the north. So we still have a batch of airplanes that is coming this way. Runway 27 has not closed yet. It's looking like maybe they are doing a runway inspection of the Polderbaan, which is why everything is temporarily being directed to this runway. Now, usually precedes the closure of the secondary runway. 1 second of fame, yeah, a quiet second of fame at that. So interestingly, once again, I'm standing in the shade. The sun was shining here until a few moments ago, so I'm probably going to be in the shade here again. Most of the sky behind me though is perfect, well, almost perfectly blue. Beautiful cirrus clouds. Definitely, if you look to the west, stuff coming this way. Don't think it's going to rain here anytime soon, but they were expecting rain later in the afternoon. For now, before 18 left is going to reopen, we are going to see a few... Oh wait, that was a bird. I was about to say we are going to see a few more airplanes. Here we have one and one before it already over here. This is Ryanair. Ryanair flight 420 arriving from Dublin, Ireland. Normally this would land on Polderbaan, but I'm thinking they're doing an inspection over there. That's good news. That means that this runway is pretty soon going to close and that 18 left is going to open again for departures. Wondering where are the reversers, but indeed, hon. Well, whatever. As long as they keep continuing to walk, don't start lingering here. Right, the next airplane to arrive is behind the trees probably. It's probably over there somewhere. Or is it? Yeah, it certainly is. There it is. Embraer 190, KLM flight 1640 arriving from Turin. In the meantime, a warm welcome to everybody who has joined. You're watching AMS Live still. My name is Boy. We're here at the northern threshold of Aalsmeerbaan, aka runway 18 left, which is soon going to reopen for outbound traffic. Right now, the intersecting runway 27, is one of two runways in use for arrivals, the other being the Polderbaan, which is now being inspected. Earlier, a Condor A380neo made an emergency landing, squawking 7700 underway from Frankfurt to New York. Now at the gate in the vicinity of the Emirates A380 and expected to leave again to continue its way to New York in just over half an hour from now, 2:15 local time. I'm thinking it's going to take off from runway 24. I don't think we're going to be that lucky that we are going to see it on our runway, but I do believe that we have a good chance of seeing the Condor A330 when it is taxiing to runway 24. So I'm going to stick around. Hopefully we are going to be able to catch a few glimpses of it. In the meantime, my eye caught an excavator. There's always stuff here, there's always work being done. Schiphol Airport, always busy. Next airplane to arrive here is behind the trees. The one behind it is already visible. That's Transavia, that's an A321neo arriving from Malaga. Before it, but not yet visible here, because the trees are in the way, is going to be Air France flight 1796, arriving from Lyon. Now, the Embraer 190 from Air France has become visible. There it is. Air France flight 1796. Und guten Tag, LJJ, AMSI. A handle that I don't immediately recognize as a user. Although, if I knew your name, I'm pretty sure I would recognize you. Air France, hop hop. Est arrivé from Lyon. Squeaky brakes. How about that? Embraers with squeaky brakes. Now there's a first. So there is an A321neo somewhere behind behind the trees. It's a bit hard to spot. There it is. Transavia flight 6116 arriving from Malaga, A321neo. 2 hours and 22 minutes on the way. The airplane a year old. First flight March 2024. Wolfgang asks, overhead traffic spottable. It is in part, not too much to the south, but to the north. The sky is blue for the better part. So south sky is murky, western sky a bit better. To the north, a V formation of birds. Where is that? Higher up. Come on. Beautiful V formation. And also I think a quad-engined contrail. No, twin jet. Is that Emirates? Unsure. Hard to see. Hey there, hey Alex. Good morning, and welcome back to the show. Once again, bird control driving over runway 27. That's usually a good sign. It means that 27 is going to close pretty soon. 18 left will open soon. Hey, and they found a place for Indigo there. Nice. Now, let's see. Is there anything coming to this runway anytime soon? Let's fixate. Pan and tilt axes. No. The runway seems to be closed. Lufthansa arriving from Frankfurt, and also KLM flight 1176 arriving from Stavanger. Both are now flying towards the Polderbaan. What that tells me is that the runway has closed already. I don't see the lights of 18 left on yet, so we'll have to wait to see that happening. In the meantime, this is what you see when looking to runway 24. Runway 24 still being used for departures. If all is well, in half an hour from now we are going to see the Condor. Huge wake turbulence trailing those birds. Absolutely, Stefan. Was a beautiful V formation, wasn't it? Egypt Air, the A321neo that is flying towards Lelystad. What runway has it been assigned to, ladies and gentlemen? I'm wondering. Have they formally closed runway 27 already, or are those two airplanes arriving from the east going to the Polderbaan just temporary diversions? Because they are also doing runway inspections over here, perhaps. Just curious, has Egypt Air been assigned to the Polderbaan, or has it still been assigned to the Buitenveldertbaan, runway 27? 777 Banana passing in a few seconds a bit north over Amsterdam, northeast to southwest. Northeast to southwest. I am seeing traffic overhead in the other direction. I have traffic almost in my zenith and a bit further to the north. Is this the banana? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, of course. I was expecting a course. This is northwest to southeast, isn't it? Right. W says till 2:20 arrivals 18R, departures 24. In other words, they have closed down the runway over here. Whoa. Egypt Air to the Polderbaan. Yeah, if those are the only two runways now open, Polderbaan and the Kaagbaan, it means that nothing is happening over here. That means we would have to keep ourselves entertained for another half hour before Condor would start moving. I'm not sure if that is such a good idea, since not much is going on here except taxiing airplanes. And Indito, whoa, no, it's powering, it's moving, powered by its own engines. Indigo is actually self-propelled. Right, well, you guys tell me what you want. Do you want me to stick around, see if we can catch a glimpse of Condor, which will be taking off via runway 24, which is now the only runway open. Hey Cynthia, good afternoon and welcome to the show. Indigo on the move. Indigo will be going back to Mumbai. It needs to go to runway 24, so it's going to make a turn for us, so that we can see it from both directions. Flight 22, 7879 Dreamliner. Etihad in the way to 18. Huh? Etihad coming this way? Come on, where's that little airplane? Oh, there. So this is a Pilatus, isn't it? Or is it a different airplane type? I thought it was a Pilatus. Is Etihad now coming this way? Really? Etihad Cargo? And Indigo is also coming this way, guys. Not sure about what's going on here, but 18 is still being used for departures. That answers our question with outbound traffic once again resuming from the runway we are standing next to the threshold of. It's a no-brainer to stick around a bit longer and hopefully catch a glimpse of Condor. Have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Indigo staring us right in the face. What a beautiful machine, isn't it? Have a look at this. Hey Tom, thank you so much for your continued support. Tom Vrijsen celebrating 9 months of membership. Keep up the good work. Planes forever, he writes. Thank you so much for your continued support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, mate. Tom, thank you so much for the encouraging words. I'm going to stick around and try to film airplanes for as long as I still can. Thank you for the ongoing support, mate. Upwards and onwards. In the meantime, we have a cheater on Cheater's Lane. Etihad is also coming this way. Hey, Paige, what up, mate? Don't forget, guys, if you are enjoying what you've been seeing so far, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and upcoming polls and whatnot. Indigo flight 22 to Mumbai, staring us right in the face. 7879 Dreamliner going back to Mumbai in a few moments. Lima November Romeo is the registration. EasyJet is on Cheater's Lane, which is why we have such an extended stare down. I am going to lower the ambient volume a little because this is probably getting too loud already. Hopefully this is good enough. Hey, Retro Transavia is also coming to 18 left. Have a look. We also have this vehicle. Guys, this is what I need. This is what I need to do streams from. This is looking exactly like what I would be needing for a mobile stream setup that is weatherproof. Assist O2. I want it. I want that for Christmas this year. Alright, Etihad Cargo is also coming this way. And Retro Transavia is too. Have a look, guys. Condor Special Livery also on radar, visible. And Memories, thank you so much for your vote of confidence. Memories has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member just now. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hope you will enjoy using the custom emojis. You now have them indefinitely at your disposal as long as you keep on as a member. Stay on as a member. Don't forget you can now also vote in the poll. That is in the community section for members. To cast your vote, which will you prefer? Which emoji do you prefer as the replacement for playtime? For options, the poll is open until Monday evening local time. Hey, you can park in the handicapped parking spot as well with that machine. Win-win. With the sun out again, I am going to increase the exposure compensation a quarter stop. Make things look a tad more bright. So there's Etihad 777. Stare down in the making, but first Indigo to Mumbai. Lined up at runway 18 left. Should be getting clearance pretty soon. Unless, of course, there is a busiest taking off from runway 22. Looking to my left. Don't see nor am I hearing any movement, so I think we are still good. Hey Marianne, goedemiddag. Reina, good afternoon. Tuning in from Texas, good morning to you. It is still morning there? Yeah, it's still morning. Miss Magic Memories. our latest Aurora Skylines member. Well, make sure you test out that the custom emojis work properly as well. Spamming is not allowed, but if you are a member, you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want. Indigo, still waiting. And now the perfect headshot of Etihad Cargo. Usually when there's a hold-up, there's something happening to the left at Schiphol Oost, runway 0422. I am looking to the left to see if maybe there's a departure in progress, but I'm not seeing anything. Oh, KLM cheater on Cheater's Lane, I think, is the reason for the hold-up. There you go. It's always KLM, isn't it? Harry van Maurik now has become our latest Aurora Sky Lounge member. Thank you for your vote of confidence, Harry, and welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Hope the lounge will be to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can improve. If you need to know where stuff is, and that also goes for mismemories, ask around. Many have gone before you guys, and will happily show you the way. Hey, that's the Corendon special livery. Henk Schiefmacher, a well-known tattoo artist, made the design for this special livery. It has all kinds of intricate details, and each time when we filmed it while landing or taking off, I already said to you guys, you need more time. It actually ought to stand still so that you can take in and appreciate all the details. Guess that moment has now arrived for us to take in all the details on this very intricately detailed special livery. I'm expecting now that the cheater on Cheater's Lane has taken to the skies, that Indigo will also follow soon. Fire in the hole. That's our cue. Didn't you guys also mention that Condor was on radar already? Because I am not seeing it. Indigo gone. Lights on the triple. Etihad Cargo going to Abu Dhabi. Have a look at this behemoth. What a sight, eh? No Condor yet. Okay, in that case, I probably misread when somebody mentioned Corendon. I read Condor into it. Intricately detailed airplane next. Next after Etihad. And doesn't the sky look pretty? It's almost as if it is on fire. Etihad 777 freighter on its way to Abu Dhabi, 12 years old, first flight April 2013. Time for us to take in the details of the MAX 9 Corendon, designed by Henk Schiefmacher, who is a well-known tattoo artist in the Netherlands. Intricate details. right. More Embraers. Transavia. No, this is not Transavia, this is A-Jet. That's going to the gate. This is KLM flight 1505 to Madrid. A-Jet back to Istanbul. It is A-Jet. Hard to have a look in the cockpit. Well, now the pilots are visible a bit better. This airplane doesn't come equipped with a cabin. Karen will have to sit with the plebs. It is a shame. She'll want to speak to the manager about this. Another tugger is coming this way. Jet having taken off from runway 22. Meanwhile, a jet to Istanbul, an A321neo. 2 years old, first flight was back in May 2023. Bump bump. KLM flight 1505 to Madrid is up next. It's 737-800. No sign yet of Condor. Not seeing anything on flight radar yet. I'm wondering, is there anything known about this flight, maybe on EHAM CDM? I can imagine that the flight might also be traceable in CDM, if you know the flight number, of course, which I am assuming hasn't changed. Long distance headshot of KLM flight 895 to Shanghai. It's probably going to take off from runway 24, isn't it? Flight radar 24 says 1415. And is there something to be seen on CDM if you use the flight number, perhaps? Just curious. I trust CDM a little more than flight radar if I have to choose between the two. Paul says that looks like the retro Transavia is going to 24 now at 2:20 p.m. If that'll be the time slot when they're going to change the runway use again. Or is it going to a westerly destination and was it going to take off from runway 24 regardless of runway use? Here we have Air France flight 1641 going to Paris. Have a look at this sleekly shaped cockpit. Long window wipers. The base of those wipers pretty far below the lower edge of the window, if you took notice. Bombardier C-Series 300. Okay, flight radar now says 3:15. Well, that is going to be a bit too late for me. Three o'clock, 3:15. Shame on you, Paul. Are you sobering up? Do you need a sip of vodka too? Now, this is coming this way, or is it? It's looking like it. To my surprise, the flight to Shanghai is coming this way. So they're probably taking a different... Oh, of course, yeah, KLM doesn't fly over Siberia. Well, KLM flight 895 is coming this way, leaving for Shanghai. Olaf has to go. Thanks for stopping by, mate. See you soon. Enjoy the rest of your day. Now, if Condor is not going to take off for another hour or so, I'm not sure how long I can keep you guys entertained here if there's not a lot of traffic happening. So maybe it's a good idea to just wrap up then after this airplane has taken to the skies. A nice wide body to wrap up with. CDM says 2:15. Yeah, 2:15 UTC. $2:15 UTC probably. Let's double check CDM in a moment together, shall we? Have a look and see if... I'm thinking it's probably saying UTC, right? Right, it was Zulu time, so that means an hour later, 3:15. CDM always has the time in Zulu time. Once again, the BizJet. Where is it? At the sound of sounding racist, all those clouds look alike. Sometimes you're aiming at the wrong cloud. Not a small airplane. Big tri-jet. Now, unless more BizJets will be taking off from runway 22, if all is well, the clearance for this airplane to take off should be given any moment now. Right. I am going to wrap up after this airplane has taken off. Hopefully the weather will allow me to go out again tomorrow. I'm not sure that it will. In the meantime, Wolfgang mate, what are you doing? In the nick of time, just now gifting 5 memberships. You didn't have to do that, mate, but thank you so much for doing it anyway. I see that we just crossed through 800 likes, 80% of an airplane dance, and that on a weekday. That is nice. Thank you all so much for that. If you guys did enjoy what you saw, don't forget to leave another like and maybe subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, upcoming polls and whatnot. If you're one of the recipients of Wolfgang's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you or dankeschön to him. Enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Also, don't forget to head over to the community section for members and cast your vote in the poll. There's a poll running until Monday evening, local time, to choose the successor to Playtime. A massive big thank you to everybody who liked and subscribed. A big thank you for all the support, the many gifted memberships. Those who became a member themselves, thank you so much and welcome once again. Thanks for all the super chats and the super stickers. Thanks for any merch shop purchases that may have happened in the meantime. And any PayPal donations. Thank you all so much. You guys are what makes this channel so great. Hopefully I will be able to go out again tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then at least I'll hope to go out on Sunday. And if both those days are shit and Monday is okay, I will go out on Monday. But I hope tomorrow and Sunday I'll be able to go out as normal. I'll keep you posted. Lastly, before saying goodbye, a massive big thank you for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all the moderators. Hey, Pilot Sander, yeah, another hour. That's not what I am going to wait for. I am going to wrap up. Time to say goodbye. Thanks for joining. See you later and take care, guys. Bye for now.